into authentic conversations about ourselves and our community, exploring topics that uplift and inspire us. From personal growth to social change. So grab your teacup and get ready to join the conversation. Good afternoon, tea sippers. It's Tanisha Talks Teas. We're back up on a Tuesday afternoon. How are you? YouTube sippers, how are you? Get in here, get in the room. We are going to sip some tea from Trump and Diddy today, okay? Facebook, how are you, my sippers over on Facebook? We are doing really well over on Facebook. Let's go ahead and take a look at a few analytics over on Facebook. Things are looking well. Well, since we started with YouTube, let's start with YouTube. Okay. We have 1,024 subscribers on YouTube, and that's wonderful. We are rising and climbing. Thank you, everybody, for subscribing to Tanisha Talks Teas on YouTube. I greatly appreciate all the love and support. Y'all are commenting, y'all liking, y'all sharing. And it's greatly appreciated. Thank you. It's a blessing. So on Facebook, we are rising and climbing over here. How many followers do we have now? 15,421. I want to thank all my recent followers on Facebook. Thank you, Cameron Hillman, Michelle Kino Goss, Tiffany Gunter, Martine Gachi, LaShonda Morton Thomas, Ashanti Hagans, Xavier Clemens, Warren So Beautiful, Queen C, Prince Allen, Mike Big Worm, Com Alizé, Spring Nails RGV. I am Steph Creates, Buzz Elite, and Destiny Elizabeth. Thank you all for becoming recent followers of Tanisha Talks Teas on Facebook. On Facebook, you can also find my channel where I post sneak peeks of the show, clips of the hottest, trending topics and all of that great stuff. We are also live on Twitch. So we're growing on Twitch. We have 1,705 followers on Twitch. So we're growing every day on Twitch as well. We are also new to the Kick app. We're on Kick. We got like 10 followers on Kick. We've been on Kick about 2 weeks. So thank you, everybody that has genuinely, authentically subscribed and followed me across all social media. Oh, and we're also gaining some momentum on Instagram. I don't know how to go live on Instagram from Streamlabs yet. So what I do is I post my clips to Facebook and they automatically roll over to Instagram. So I recently found out, because I'm not like a big poster on Instagram, like, directly. What I do is I allow everything to roll over from Facebook to Instagram. So there's like 2,000 followers on Instagram on Tanisha Talks Teas, which is wonderful. And I recently found out that I have 53,000. I'm getting 53,000 views a month on Instagram. So I thought that was pretty neat as well. So thank you guys across those social media platforms. Okay, you can find me on all social media platforms under Tanisha Talks Teas TV. So we're gonna jump on into some Trump shit, y'all. All I know is that Trump's been, heading up, spearing up with the military in Iran lately. Iraq, is it? And so we're going to listen to some news about, what all is all, because really, I don't understand what all has been going on. I've heard some tidbits across news stations and social media platforms. However, I'm still not completely understanding what all happened. I believe I know that Iraq and Israel were at war with each other. And I guess Trump stepped in from the United States, spearheading a campaign to stop their war against each other, because a lot of their civilians and military were being murdered. And so Trump stepped in and said, he wants a ceasefire type of situation. And I believe I heard that he bombed Iraq because they were not willing to cease fire. Okay. U.S. bombs 3 Iran nuclear sites, Trump says. Okay, let's take a listen to that. Thank you guys for joining. Remember when you come into the chat to drop your teacups, like, and subscribe. So let me share my screen.
Has completed an attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran. It reads as such. We have completed our very successful attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordow, Natanz, and Sanders. I'm Austin Westfall. We're getting breaking news. President Trump posting on Truth Social moments ago that the U.S. had an attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran. It reads as such. We have completed our very successful attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. All planes are now outside of Iran airspace. A full payload of bombs was dropped on the primary site, Fordow. All planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. There is not another military in the world that could have done this, Trump says. Now is the time for peace. Thank you for your attention to this matter, the president says. We're just getting this in. He just sent this out moments ago, just before 8 p.m. Eastern time. Trump saying the attacks are successful. The strikes are a decision for the U.S. as Iran has pledged to retaliate if it joined the Israeli assault. And for Trump personally, having won the White House on the promise of keeping America out of conflicts, we're now seeing that we are seeing a number of strikes from the U.S. in Iranian territory, including Fordow, Natanz, and the sites in Esfahan as well. This is, of course, going to lead for analysts and experts to prospect and to discuss the possibility of some sort of wider conflict. The Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen said that they would resume attacks on U.S. vessels in the Red Sea if the Trump administration joined Israel's military campaign. And of course, Iran themselves have said that the U.S. would pay if they were to get involved in a bigger fashion. So that is what we're hearing, the news of the hour. President Trump saying, quote, we have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. All planes, he says, are now outside of Iranian airspace. A full payload of bombs was dropped on the primary site, Fordow, President Trump says. He says the planes are safely on their way home. This is something that we're going to be following for the rest of the evening. We wanted to make sure we got this breaking news into you as soon as it came out. Still a lot to learn about what exactly happened in Iran, and perhaps we will learn more in the coming minutes and hours. We're checking for any sort of statements from top officials in the White House, Secretary of State Rubio. I'll be looking out for any comments from the...
So it looks like Donald Trump has said we have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. All planes are now outside Iran airspace. A full payload of bombs was dropped on the primary site, Fordow. All planes are safely on their way back. Congrats to our great American warriors. There's not another military in the world that could have done this. Now is the time for peace. Thank you for your whatever the rest of that says.
The Israeli government or Benjamin Netanyahu. In the meantime, let's do some fact-finding behind the scenes. A live look at Tel Aviv and at Jerusalem. It's now about 3 in the morning, Israel Standard Time. We have not seen any activity in the skies above Tel Aviv or Jerusalem, at least in the few hours that I've been on the desk here. Let's
listen to, actually, I'm going to read a little bit of some insight because, like I said, I don't know what's necessarily really going on, except that I believe they were at war and Trump stepped in for a ceasefire for that country. So, okay. 6 Trump voters react to the U.S. bombing of the nuclear sites in Iran. Okay. So, President Trump has long criticized the Iraq war, called for the withdrawal of the U.S. troops from Afghanistan, and once pledged to end the era of endless wars. But over the weekend, the United States struck 3 nuclear sites in Iran in an effort to support Israel in its war against Iran. Okay, so it looks like we're supposed to be on the side of Israel. I believe that's because Israel is more of the lesser of the strong countries. So we're kind of like taking up with the bully that's bullying Israel, potentially kicking off a more dangerous phase in the conflict. In interviews on Sunday with supporters of Mr. Trump, they expressed a range of emotions: anger, wariness, avid support about the U.S. attacks on Iran. But there was one dominant theme: anxiety about what comes next. Okay. People are saying I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Bruce Bell was at his home on Saturday night scrolling on his phone when he saw the news of the strikes on Iran. His reaction was wait and see. I agree with most people that war is bad, he said, but I don't know enough about this situation with Iran. I keep hearing about red lines and how they've been encroaching for a while. Mr. Bell, a transmission mechanic, has drifted politically. He voted for former President Barack Obama twice and then chose a third-party candidate for president in 2016. In 2020, he decided to vote for Mr. Trump. He liked how Mr. Trump talked about the border and about manufacturing. And Mr. Bell did not like what he felt to him like the Democratic Party's progressive political stance on policing. He voted for Mr. Trump again in 2024. I've seen a lot of blustering from politicians, he said. Then someone like Trump comes in and does something. He just sort of denotates the situation. And this is kind of his MO. It's like our southern border. Everyone says it can't be secured, and then he comes in and he secures it. Okay. Foreign policy issues are not the top priority for Mr. Bell when it comes to the bombing. He said, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I do not want to see the follow-ups and see how information on why, and hope and pray that we're not any innocent, that there were not any innocent casualties. Okay. One of the reasons why I voted for him was keeping out of his stuff in the Middle East. Okay. So that's just a lot of stuff about people, what they feel about the bombing. I want to know why it bombed. So let's click here. The United States struck 3 nuclear sites. Okay. Here we go. What to know about the U.S. strike on Iran and Iran's retaliation? Israel also launched wide-ranging strikes on Tehran a day after the United States attacked 3 Iranian nuclear sites. So here you see the picture. Let me make sure you guys can see what I'm seeing. Okay, you guys can see what I'm seeing. So here you see tracers are seen in the sky after Iran's armed forces say they targeted Al Udeid Air Base, the largest U.S. military installation. What the fuck just happened? What the fuck just happened? Hold on, guys. I don't know. It clicked me out of something and took me somewhere. Okay. So here you guys, we see the largest U.S. military installation in the Middle East. Okay, I gotta create a free account to read the New York Times also. Hold on. I thought I already did that. Password. Okay, as we are catching up on everything Iran, Iraq, U.S. missiles bombing, remember to come in, lift your teacup up, like and subscribe, and drop your teacups in the chat. Okay, I don't know where the fuck it took me. I don't know where it took me. I was just doing some breaking news. Hold on. Girl, now I gotta go through all this. I don't want to download the app. I just want to read what I was reading. Continue. Okay, return to article. Perfect. Okay. Okay, back. We're back. Okay. So this is a picture of the tracers in the sky after Iran's armed forces say they targeted Al Udeid's airbase, okay, which is the largest U.S. military installation in the Middle East. So apparently, we have military installations in other countries. I'm, assuming. Okay. Iran launched an attack on Monday against Al Udeid Air Base, the largest American military installation in the Middle East, a day after the United States bombed several nuclear sites in Iran. Okay, so that's what they did in retaliation. Okay, so thankfully they did not bomb the U.S. soil, right? A spokesman for Iran's armed forces said the attacks on the American base in Qatar were carried out by the Revolutionary Guard Corps. We warn our enemies that the era of hit and run is over, said the spokesman. Qatar said its air based defense intercepted the Iranian missiles. Air raid sirens were also heard in Bahrain, a Gulf state very close to Qatar that hosts the U.S. Fifth Fleet. The United Arab Emirates, a major transportation hub, closed its airspace. Okay. Iranian attack on U.S. base in Qatar. So that's Iran here. This is the Al Udeid Air Base here, the little red square that's down in Qatar. Iran attacked the largest American military installation that we have in the Middle East, as you can see here. Okay. Earlier on Monday, Israel attacked a paramilitary headquarters and a notorious prison in Tehran, as well as access routes to the Fordo nuclear enrichment site that the U.S. military bombarded on Sunday. World leaders called for de escalation, even as President Trump's decision to join Israel's campaign raised fears that the war would widen. Okay. Though Mr. Trump declared that Iran's nuclear program had been totally obliterated by the U.S. bombings, the actual state of the program seemed far more murky. The U.S. attacks came more than a week after Israel launched attacks on Iran. Israel had been carrying out waves of airstrikes targeting Iran's military sites, nuclear facilities, and energy infrastructures in what it said is an effort to stop it from developing a nuclear bomb, though Iran says its nuclear program is peaceful. Okay, so how did the United States attack Iran, right? This is what we want to know here on Tanisha Talks Teas. At a U.S. official said that 6 B-2 bombers dropped 12 bunker buster bombs. This is a lot, y'all. On Fordo, a deeply buried nuclear enrichment site. Navy submarines fired 30 cruise missiles at Natanz and Isfahan, which are also a part. This is like reading something out of the Bible, okay? Which are also part of the Iran's nuclear program. One B-2 bomber also dropped 2 bunker bombs on Natanz, the official site. You know, all the like cities and stuff in the Bible are like Natanz, Isfahan, and all the names like that. Okay. So where the U.S. attacked Iran, right? You see right here, sippers, where you see Fordo bunker buster bombs were dropped on Iran's most critical nuclear site. So everything in the light brown right here is the country of Iran, right? So here is Fordo, which is where one of the bombs dropped. Here's Natanz, where Israeli attacks had already damaged the country's largest uranium enrichment center. So let's take a deep dive into what uranium is and what it means to the world, okay? So it looks like Iran damaged the country's largest uranium center. Ugh. What is uranium? No, I didn't say Iranian. I said uranium. What is uranium? What is uranium? Uranium is a naturally radioactive heavy metal with the chemical symbol U and atomic number 92. It's a silvery white metal found in low concentration in rock, soil, and water. Uranium is best known for its use as fuel, okay, in nuclear reactors, where it undergoes nuclear fission to produce energy. So here's a more detailed breakdown. Thank you, God. Key properties. Radioactive. I love science, but God knows I never went to the deep delves of science. So yeah, I need a breakdown. Radioactive. Uranium emits radiation as it decays with different isotopes having varying half-lives. Uranium is very dense with a high atomic weight. It's found in trace amounts in the Earth's crust and is extracted from uranium-bearing minerals like uraninite. So these are the uses, okay, which is what I really want to know. The nuclear fuel. Okay, uranium 235 is enriched for use in nuclear reactors to produce electricity. So uranium is like what I am reading that we use to produce our electric, okay? A small amount of uranium is used to produce medical isotopes for diagnostic and therapeutic purposes, okay? And uranium can be used to power naval vessels, particularly submarines. Okay, so uranium seems to be a very important mineral that we need. And Iran damaged one of the country's largest enrichment centers. It is in Iran. However, we certainly wouldn't want them to completely obliterate it because we need it, right? So it's found in the earth, crust, seawater, and uranium bearing minerals. Okay, so that's what uranium is. And then Iran, we also bombed in Iran near bomb grade nuclear fuel is thought to be stored here. So we also bombed. Wait a minute, let me make sure I'm reading what the fuck I'm reading right. Okay, yeah, we bombed we also bombed the uranium enrichment center. Okay, so whatever we thought we needed about it, we must not have gave a fuck too bad because we also bombed that motherfucker. Okay, we also bombed Isfahan near bomb grade nuclear fuel is thought to be stored there. Okay, so I'm figuring probably the reason why we bombed there is so that Iran wouldn't be able to maybe construct some type of a nuclear vessel to bomb more. So that's us in the red. And let me see. Israel strike since June 3rd would be in the gray. So Israel has stricken all of these gray areas, okay, which we don't see, what particular reason, what that could have been, why they why they strike there. So anyway, the stealth bombers that struck the Iranian nuclear sites have flown nonstop for about 37 hours round trip from their base in Missouri in a tightly choreographed operation, refueling several times midair. And ahead of the attacks, Mr. Trump's blustery statements on social media raised alarms at the Pentagon, where military planners began to worry about he was giving Iran too much warning about an impending strike. So I guess Trump was like, we're gonna bomb you if you continue to do, such activities, behaviors. We're gonna bomb you. And I guess people at the Pentagon didn't necessarily want Trump giving out, exactly whatever our next military moves were going to be. So, defense officials built their own political and military misdirection into the attack plan. A second group of B 2 bombers that would leave Missouri and head west over the Pacific Ocean in a way that flight trackers would be able to monitor on Saturday. That left a misimpression for many observers and presumably Iran about the timing and path of the attack, which would come from another direction entirely. Okay, we have another map. So this is a globe, a map of the globe, right? And this is the Pacific Ocean. And then we have Iran here. We're way over here. White Men Air Force Base. Okay. We went all the way across the Atlantic Ocean to strike Iran, which is the direction you see it going in. We saw planes coming, okay, from this direction. So they're in the gray. So are those planes that were coming from Iran? Or were those planes that we used? Because they're going in that direction. But we went in this direction to attack Iran. Anyway, a naval submarine in the area used cruise missiles to strike Isfahan. So that's cruise missiles from a submarine. So that wouldn't be a plane spotted. Divert. So we used a diversion tactic. One or more decoy B-2s took off and headed west. They were later spotted over the Pacific Ocean. Okay. So that would be what that was. The plane spotted, poor plane spotted going that way. They were a diversion tactic that headed west over the Pacific Ocean, while we actually took the Atlantic Ocean route and went over and bombed on Iran. Okay. Operation Midnight Hammer. 7 B-2s headed east across the Atlantic, refueling multiple times along the way. That's a very long trip, as you can see, from the United States over to Iran, right? All the way across the Atlantic Ocean. Okay. So they had to stop and refuel multiple times before bombing Fordo and Nananas. Not Tanas. Not Bananas. After the bombing, the planes headed back to the United States. Okay. So you can see that they sent out the decoy planes, and then they took the route across the Atlantic, and then they took the route back. Okay. How did Iran respond? Iran's armed forces said in a statement that Iran had targeted the Al Udeid base in Qatar with destructive and forceful missiles. The outcome of the strike is not yet clear. Okay, so we don't yet know what they did to one of our military bases that we have over in Qatar called Al Udeid base. But we know that they hit it with destructive and forceful missiles. Okay, so that was their response to what we did on their attack on their soil. Iran coordinated the attacks on the American air base in Qatar with Qatari officials and gave advance notice that attacks were coming to minimize casualties, according to 3 Iranian officials familiar with the plan. So the Qatari officials were given notice that attacks were coming to minimize casualties. Hmm. That's interesting. So, because I'm not quite sure were they doing it because it's on Iran soil, right? So were they doing it on the side of Qatar, helping Iran bomb one of our military bases over there, or were they doing it to minimize the casualties? It's a little confused. They say that's why they were doing it, but it's like you knew they were doing it, but you didn't stop them from doing it. Okay, we're just gonna minimize the casualties. Anyway, the officials said Iran symbolically needed to strike back at the United States, but at the same time carry it out in a way that allowed all sides an exit ramp. They described it as a similar strategy to 2020 when Iran gave Iraq advance warning before firing ballistic missiles at an American base in Iraq. Following the assassination of Qasem Soleimani, its top general. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps said this weekend that U.S. bases in the Middle East were not a point of strength, but rather a vulnerability. More than 40,000 American active duty troops and civilians are on base in the Middle East, including in Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, and Kuwait. I haven't heard that in a while. Kuwait used to be a place where we used to go and fight when I was a child, in Saudi Arabia, things like that. When I was a little girl, we had the Saudi Arabian War, and so Kuwait was quite often mentioned back when Bush was president. Okay, what's the status of Iran's nuclear program? After the U.S. strikes on Iran, President Trump declared that Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities were completely and totally why can't I say obliterated? Obliterated. But the U.S. and Israeli military officials have been more cautious. Okay, so apparently we destroyed the uranium enrichment center in Iran. A senior U.S. official said that American strike had, so scratch what I said earlier about us giving a fuck about needing uranium. Okay, we don't give a fuck about uranium. Okay. A senior U.S. official said that the American strike had severely damaged the Fordo site, but that even 12 bunker busting bombs could not destroy it. That's a tongue twister, huh? 12 bunker busting bombs, 12 bunker busting bombs, 12 bunker busting bombs could not destroy it. Satellite photographs of the primary target, the Fordo uranium enrichment plant that Iran built, is under a mountain, showed several holes where a dozen 30,000-pound bombs punched deep into the rock. So Trump made a deep impact in Iran's ass, okay? He dumped 30,000 pounds of bomb in their fucking enrichment center. That's fucking massive, dude. So, and as you can see it here, it looks like, I don't know, uh, um, what do you call those things? A meteorite fell into that motherfucker is what it looks like. Okay, so that's what that did. There were also evidence, according to two Israeli officials with knowledge of the intelligence, that Iran had moved material away from the sites before they were attacked, including 400 kilograms or roughly 880 pounds of enriched uranium. Senior U.S. officials conceded they did not know the fate of Iran's stockpile of near bomb grade uranium. This month is Iran also claimed that it had another enrichment site in a secure and invulnerable location. So, experts think the new site is likely south of Natanz under cooling the gang. Cooling the gang gas line. I don't know what the hell that says. Under Kukolang. Cooling the gang. A mountain nearly a mile above sea level. That meant it could be buried nearly twice as deep as the Fordo site. Trump bombed the fuck out of this uranium enrichment site, y'all. Aside from the nuclear sites, bombs alone cannot erase the knowledge that Iranians have accumulated over nearly 7 decades since 1957, when Iran first signed a civil nuclear cooperation agreement with the Eisenhower administration. The nuclear program is deeply embedded in Iran's history, culture, sense of security, and national identity. Okay. So, Iran retains the naval assets and other capabilities it would need to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, a narrow 90-mile waterway connecting to the Persian Gulf to the open ocean. As you can see here, a satellite image of the Strait of Hormuz showing the Iranian coast at top. Okay. And Qishm Island and Oman below. Okay. The strait is a key shipping route with a quarter of the world's oil and 20% of liquefied natural gas passing through it. Any attempts by Iran to mine or blockade the strait would cause energy prices to soar, affecting the entire global economy. Okay, so apparently Iran holds a lot of our oil, our access to our oil and our liquefied natural gases. So if they block that straight away, as I showed you up here, of Hormuz, showing the Iranian coast at top and the Qishm Island and the Oman Island below, then we would pay $30 per gallon of gas. Okay. Iran has mined the Strait of Hormuz before, including in 1988 during its war with Iraq. When Iran planted 150 mines in the strait, one of the mines struck an American guided missile frigate, the USS Samuel B. Roberts, nearly sinking it. But placing explosive mines in the Strait of Hormuz would be seen as a major escalation, potentially inviting a broader U.S. military response. Mining also hurts Iran. They would lose income from oil they sell to China. Said, but now I see why people are like, maybe China might team up with Iran to attack the U.S., potentially maybe Russia or Korea or some shit like that, because they sell a lot of their oil and shit to China and stuff. So they would lose income from oil, said Vice Admin Kevin M. Donegan, a former commander of U.S. naval forces in the Middle East. Let me check my stream, make sure it's still up and running. Okay, perfect. Thank you guys for listening to Tanisha Talks Teas about Diddy and Trump today. So, yeah, where were we? Now, though, Iranian leadership is much more concerned with regime survival, which will drive their decisions. Okay. In the U.S., is the U.S. seeking regime change in Iran? The U.S. strikes on Sunday stoked fears of a dangerously escalating conflict across the Middle East and urgent calls from world leaders for diplomacy. Officials in the Trump administration emphasized that the United States did not want an all-out war with Tehran. But then Mr. Trump suggested in social media that a change in Iran's government was not unthinkable. So we're over there trying to run Iran's government and probably take over their fucking oil. Okay. If the current Iranian regime is unable to make Iran great again, Trump is a motherfucker, ain't he? He's a hot boy. Trump is a hot boy, y'all. I mean, he be doing some hot boy shit. You know what I'm saying? He's always somewhere like just, I'm not saying bullying, but he, stands on power and, wanting to control. He's definitely a control freak. So if Iran doesn't make Iran great again, why wouldn't there be a regime change? Mr. Trump wrote on Truth Social. Like, Trump, that's not even our country over there. Why do we give a fuck if they make that shit great again? All we want them to do is keep the oil lines pumping to where we need them to flow out of the fucking Atlantic Ocean to our pumps to pump them into the United States type shit. That's all we need for fucking Iran. You know what I'm saying? But Trump said they got to make Iran great again, y'all. So what's the latest for Iran, y'all? Israel's military on Monday struck entrances to Iran's Iran's Ivan prison, a notorious detention facility in Tehran where dissidents and political prisoners are held. The detention center has long been regarded as a symbol of repression, and human rights groups and survivors say that torture and executions are routine there. We need to shift some of these motherfuckers over here to over there. I mean, shit. A lot of us over here, not us per se, not the sippers. I'm talking about the Y, some of y'all YNs and all of y'all carrying on out here killing grandmas, babies, and cats and shit. Y'all need to go to the Iran's Evans prison. And if I was a judge, I'd send your asses over there. Yes, I would. Yes, I would. Okay, so and I'm so fucking serious. And human rights groups and survivors say that torture and executions are routine there. Routine, yeah, yeah, routine. Mhm. Oh, I gotta suck Big Bob's. Remember that on um what's that movie? Is so funny. But anyway, yeah. Video footage reviewed by the New York Times shows rescue workers clearing debris and metal beams collapsed by the strike from a gaping hole in the entrance. Other footage examined by the Times shows damage to buildings after explosions by a second entrance to the prison complex. The strikes on Yvonne's prison caused particular concern in France because two French citizens, Cecile Kohler and Jacques Paris, are detained there. Israel did not publicly say what it had targeted in the facility. However, Israel also targeted the headquarters of the Baji, a volunteer force under the umbrella of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards of Corps that has used brutal tactics to crack down on protests in Iran. And it hit access routes to Fordo, the heavily fortified nuclear enrichment site. Whew. So this is a map of everything that's going on. So, Iranian facilities hit by Israel attacks. Missile facilities would be the diamonds, okay? So, Iranian facilities hit by the Israel. Okay, so is Israel, this is what they did to Iran. They attacked their missile facilities, 1, 2, 3, 4. They attacked 4 of their missile facilities, okay? They attacked their nuclear facilities. Those would be in the red. They attacked Tehran, Natanz, and Isfahan. Hell, so did we. um, and then energy facilities. Okay, 2 energy facilities down here underneath Shiraz. Okay, a little bit above Qatar. So most of the attacks so far have occurred in the western part of the country, where the largest number of facilities are and cities are located, which is crazy. Okay, that means that a lot of civilians. When you get around cities and shit like that, that's where the civilians live, right? Okay. So civilians have borne the brunt of the, just like I just said, of the Israeli attacks, as Israeli missiles hit some apartment buildings and residential complexes. Iran's health ministry said on Saturday that more than 400 Iranians, including 54 women and children, have been killed since Israel began its attacks. At least 3,000 others have been wounded. So it's massive casualties have been, had since Israel attacked Iran. Okay. So what do we have here? State broadcaster Iranian state TV building was attacked. The Sharon Field Depot strike set off massive explosions and fires. Um, Sharak Shahid Mahaladi military command housing was attacked on Friday. Mehrabad Airport video showed an explosion early Saturday. They attacked their oil refinery. They attacked their Parshin military base and their Bid Kani. Smoke was seen on Bid Kani Friday from this area with several missile development sites. A lot of destruction has occurred from the war with Israel and Iran. What's the latest in Israel? On Sunday morning, Iran launched a barrage of missiles at Israel, okay, prompting air raid sirens to ring out in northern and central Israel. Israel's emergency service reported that at least 10 people were wounded in the latest attack. The Israeli military has ordered schools and most workplaces to remain closed for the immediate future as the country braces for further Iranian retaliation. So Israel's looking for Iran to continue to bomb them, or at least they were, until Trump kind of made them, do a ceasefire. Um, Israel's sophisticated and multi-layered air defense system has intercepted most incoming Iranian ballistic missiles. But like I said, I believe that Israel was a little bit more equipped tactically for war than Iran was. Okay, so they fucked Iran up basically, and But as the war continues, Israel is firing interceptors faster than it can produce them. Okay, so they're really, trying to stop any attacks coming from Iran to prevent further damage, you know, damage and devastation. Israelis have broadly backed Mr. Netanyahu's decision to open the offensive against Iran. Even longtime critics of the prime minister, including Yair Lapid, head of Israel's parliamentary opposition, have praised what they see as the war's tactical successes. But as Iran launches missiles in response, the conflict has also paralyzed much of Israel, shuttering schools, businesses, and the international airport near Tel Aviv, leaving thousands of Israelis stranded abroad. So that means whoever is from Israel and they're out of the way of being in Israel right now, which probably is a good thing. They can't get back though, however, which I really wouldn't necessarily so much want to at the moment. They're at war with Iran. So um yeah. Okay. The economic damage has compounded the cost of more than 20 months of war in Gaza and Lebanon, y'all. Remember the war on Gaza and Lebanon? This has succeeded that by 2 years worth of damage and devastation. Okay. So that's as of today. The following post has been updated to reflect new information learned from our examination of videos circulating on social media. One clip purporting to show the moment of the strike as captured on a security camera appears to have digitally manipulated and references to have it removed. Anyway, we're going to thank the New York Times for giving us that day. Okay, so the U.S., Israel, and Iran each have a victory narrative, but a ceasefire appeared thin. President Trump lashed out against both Israel and Iran for launching attacks after the truce was enough. I thought so. Because I'm like, didn't Trump say that y'all got to make Israel and Iran greater fucking again? What are y'all? You heard Daddy Trump. Now, Daddy Trump told y'all. Okay, Trump act like he everybody daddy. He the daddy of all the countries. Girl, so anyway, it's a lot going on. But Trump told them, before, it's something more than me just bombing y'all three little situations. Y'all better cease fire. Okay, so he got on both Israel and Iran for launching attacks after the truce was announced. So Iran's nuclear program, strikes against Iran's nuclear facilities may not have delivered a death blow to a program that is embedded in the country's history, sense of security, and national identity. It also has roots in a time when Iran was led by a secular pro-Western monarch. Okay. China's ambassador to the United Nations has said the U.S. attacks on Iranian nuclear facilities had harmed Washington's international credibility. What the fuck did it even have to do with? Wait. Okay, he said the U.S. attacks on. Okay, I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do with Israel bombing Iran? But anyway, he said no. He said when we attacked Iran nuclear facilities, that harmed our government's international credibility. Why? China depends on Iran for oil, because China depends on Iran for oil, as we learned earlier, and to counter American influence. Okay. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and other Gulf Arab countries expressed dismay over the American attack. I mean, say what you may, we more than likely know the reason why China is not a fan of ours right now is because we raised our tariffs on China. You see what I'm saying? We charge China more money to, sell us products that we can make ourselves in our own country for less money. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, which is why China really don't care too much for our asses right now. So they're going to say whatever, to say to discredit whatever moves our government makes in our, United States of America in any way, shape, form, or fashion, because they're mad that we are charging them what we feel is the proper amount to, charge for them shipping, importing, and exporting goods in and out of our country. Okay, so and yeah, Saudi Arabia, and they need to be quiet. Like, we've already been to war for Saudi Arabia. We've already went over there and did our thing for Saudi Arabia. Like, what, 35 years ago we had a war over in Saudi Arabia. Okay, and so they really ought to just sit down and continue to shut the fuck up. President Vladimir Putin, oh Lord, condemned the attack, but he did not explicitly call out Israel or the United States for their strikes on Russia's longtime ally. Hmm. So that's why I'm hearing that Russia may try to join forces with Iran to attack the United States. However, President Vladimir Putin said that, he didn't have anything to say about it. It is what it was. It was what it is. So moving on. Okay, so let's get into some news coverage then and see what all is being said about this situation. Oh, I'm not gonna hold y'all. Like, I've been nervous. Let me pause that for a second. If it'll let me. Okay. I'm not gonna hold y'all. I've been nervous. Pause. Gee, no, no, go back. Go back. Okay. I've been nervous. Like, I didn't really necessarily know what to expect and what all was to come about from this. But now I'm, sipping this tea, learning more about it. Thank you, sippers, for joining in on the understanding of everything Iran, Israel, and the United States. So I don't know. Whenever you hear that name, Hussein, you immediately think of Saddam Hussein. And that's no offense to this gentleman here. Like, when I heard that name, my head did a 360 swivel. Like, who? So it's just like when you hear the names like Hussein, Putin, you're like, oh shit, wait a minute. Or Vladimir, you're like, your mama named you Vladimir. Don't she know that? Like, but anyway, continuing on. Thank you guys so much. Remember to drop your teacups in the chat when you fill your teacups up. Like and subscribe. Tanisha Talks Teas. We are covering Trump and Diddy. Trump is a mess for that, and he told them they better make Iran great again. Goddamn it, that's Daddy Trump over there trying to father shit, trying to house shit in other countries. All right. So that was some understanding from a nationalist person that speaks to the wars and the just impact that it has on the world. He feels as if Trump, why are we concerned, and as we've always been throughout life in war, when countries go and insert themselves in other countries issues, especially in matters of states of war and things like that. Why are we doing it? And like I said, it's because Trump wants to big daddy other countries, let him know I'm big daddy. I'm daddy in America. I'm daddy over here. If I want to come over here and, son this little small country, that's what I'm going to attempt to do. And I will bomb and I will send my military. Okay. So let's listen to more Trump response to Iran, U.S. space. All right. So we're just going to push on through. While they are paying bills, I want to thank everybody for sipping tea with Tanisha. Today we are talking about Trump and Diddy. Trump and Diddy. Remember, when you come in, get your teacup filled up and like and subscribe. Drop your teacups in the chats. And may I add, I'm going to spill some tea on this. Maybe he did it to show other countries, like, on a small scale, I can make a big, deep impact. I'll put a hole in your ass if I need to. So stop playing with me. Like, I don't know how to be a president, and I don't know how to use the presidential, war tactics if necessary to show other countries that I will do what's necessary to keep the essential, things that we need, like oils and minerals and vitamins and nutrients and all of that good stuff that the United States needs to, sustain its people, its humanity of its people. So, and also Trump is a man, right? Now, you're a president. You're a man president. You have control over your military. You have fighter planes, submarines, and everything else under the sun under your, you know, tutelage to start a war, join a war, finish a war. What do? As a man that created war, okay, um, as a man that created nuclear bombs, submarines, missiles, jets, uh, tanks, bombs, and guns. No, we're not all gonna completely agree with the fact that Trump inserted himself, inserted his presidency in the United States with the control over the military and everything else into a war that seemingly everybody is feeling like he had nothing to do with, or however have you. That's what men do as far as war is concerned. You know what I'm saying? Like men, they will create and join in on wars to prove a point, show whose dingling is bigger, whatever the case may be, to take over, to control, however have you. So that's the nature of what men do, especially when it comes to wars. So y'all, I don't know why, especially people that are seasoned and been on this earth long enough, y'all know exactly what is going on right now. This is not nothing new to us. And then it's like, okay, I got all of these high, you know, um, things, these high, um, um, constructed, put together pieces of equipment. You're a band. You want to try them out. Wow, what a perfect opportunity. Iran and Israel are at war with each other. I think I can attack, whatever country seems to be like, the lesser of the one that may be, however Trump decided. I don't know why he didn't attack Israel, because they were winning over Iran. Um, I don't know what is behind that necessarily. So if you know why Trump chose Iran over Israel, drop that link in the chat or your understanding on that, because I'm a little unclear. Um, Not for nothing. He, used what he's never used, anyone's ever used before, in the art of war, a nuclear fighter jet, whatever the fuck they said that thing is, right? And he wanted to see what it could do. What a perfect opportunity in Trump's head as a man that, you know, um, men, they live in the mind of war. You know what I'm saying? They're not, women are the art, the mind of peace and, togetherness, and let's, kumbaya. Whereas men are like, no, let's kill each other, yeah, type shit, right? So of course that is what had happened. And people that have been on this earth long enough to know, y'all should not be surprised at this. They blew Fordo off the map. They blew a hole in his ass. I blow a hole in your ass. So also apparently Trump had some reasoning behind this, not just, let me see who is bigger and show the world that, I can effectively and effectively send my military somewhere and fuck your little country up. Okay. So it looks like they don't want Iran to have this type of access to this type of military weapon because they seem to feel that Iran is not responsible enough to have this type of military enforcement because they may just recklessly use it for no fucking reckless reason. Okay. Okay, while TBC's paying bills, I want to thank all the sippers for coming in and sipping some tea with Tanisha Talks Teas. Thank you so very much. When you guys come in, remember to like and subscribe, hold your teacups up, and get this tea we're spilling. Right. What I really also want to know more about, guys, are the sleeper cells that people are talking about. Let me make sure my video's up. Okay. Sound, everything working perfectly. Okay, great. We are live on Tanisha Talks Teas, up on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Kick. Thank you all for sipping tea with Tanisha. All my sippers, thank you guys for being here. If you're not a sipper yet, please hit that subscribe button, follow button on all social media platforms under Tanisha Talks Teas TV. Okay, so we want to know what the sleeper cells are, right? There are Iranian sleeper cells in the U.S. that could self-activate retaliation. Oh my. So before we jump into that, I want to look up the definition of a sleeper cell. Okay. What is a sleeper cell? So, a sleeper cell is a clandestine group of terrorists or spies who live ordinarily lives in a target country or organization, remaining dormant until activated by their superiors to carry out a mission. Okay, yes, I've heard of sleeper cells. They say that the guy down in Louisiana that ran the bomb truck or whatever into the crowd of people that blew up or whatever happened was a sleeper cell. That the guy in New York that blew himself up in front of the courthouse, like those are sleeper cells, right? People that like will carry the backpack into the building, and then when they say, do it, they blow themselves up and blow up everybody and everything. Those are sleeper cells. Okay, so these individuals are not actively involved in any subversive activities until they receive a signal or instruction to become active. Here's a more detailed explanation. Sleeper cells consist of individuals who maintain a normal, inconspicuous lifestyle while secretly belonging to a clandestine organization. The reasons for maintaining a sleeper cell vary, but often involve concealing the cell's existence and preparing for future operations. Sleeper agents are placed in a target area not to carry out immediate actions, but to remain inactive until activated, often years later. So they could be living amongst us for years, like your neighbor, whatever. You can maybe pass them going, down the street, in the grocery store, however, they live normal lives. And then once they are activated, it's once when they carry out their mission to do whatever mission is, ultimately like something destructive, right? Sleeper cells can be employed in both espionage, gathering intelligence, and terrorism, planning and executing attacks. So, sleeper cells could also be somebody that will um, infiltrate like our government, right? Where they will pretend to be somebody that they're not inside our government and then infiltrate us, right? Gather our intelligence, go back and tell their country what our plans are, what we have, and things like that. Okay. The concept of sleeper cells is a common plot device in espionage and science fiction, particularly when dealing with covert operations. Okay. So that's some deep military operations. Like, uh, say we have something of the sort to stop commerce of like that one movie I just saw recently. It was pretty good too, where they had this thing that it was an electronic technological device or whatever, technological device, and it was able to shut down all the e-commerce digitally of every single person in the entire world, wherever you are in the world. It would stop you from being able to send currency digitally. Okay. So yeah, say we have something like that, other countries want their hands on it, so they may, create something of a covert operation, um, espionagely, however you say that, to overcome it, to take it from us, whatever. They may use a sleeper agent. Okay. A sleeper agent might be a native of a target country who moved away and was later recruited, returning with the skills and knowledge of a local. Okay. So now we're going to listen to what Trump and the government in America thinks Iran may have going on in our country, which were sleeper cells. Nice. So that's going to wrap that up on the sleeper cells. Trump says he is prepared for whatever, backlash could come from our attack on Iran. If they have sleeper cells in the United States, we will sniff them out. They will be found out. They will not be able to carry out whatever acts of terrorism they may have on Iran. So Iran just needs to make Iran great again. Okay. So let's now go on and see what are the people thinking about Trump, the bombing, and all of that stuff. Okay. What are the people thinking? Remember, hit that like button, like and subscribe. We are new, back up on YouTube, been gone for several years. We now have the time to really grow our channel, and we are growing. If you are in here, please like and subscribe. I mean, a big mosquito bit me. Let's sip some tea on that, sippers. Alexandria Ocasio Cortez believes that Trump should be impeached for disastrous decision to bomb Iran without authorization is a grave violation of the Constitution and congressional war powers. He has impulsively risked launching a war that may ensnare us for generations. It is absolutely and clearly grounds for impeachment, says this lawmaker, Alexandria Ocasio Cortez. So, what? Trump didn't go through the proper channels to, um, you know, bomb Iran, is what I'm hearing from that. Wow. So, um, let's get some reactions of the general public about what Trump did. Thank you, sippers, for sipping tea with Tanisha Talks Teas on this Tuesday afternoon. We are going to wrap up Trump and what the American people are thinking. And then we're going to segue over to Diddy. Remember, sippers, if you are not a sipper, to subscribe and become a sipper of Tanisha Talks Teas TV. Okay, we are live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and Kick. So wherever you watch, you can see my show. We're going to now listen to a heated debate that is about the Iranian bombing from Trump. Okay, let's sip this tea. If I can get it back to me. Is it good? Drink on that tonight. Okay, so we're going to stop that right there. Those were some of the thoughts and understandings of Trump bombing Iran. People are, saying that they, may believe that not to you, not to you, the president or however have you of Israel might have played Trump into doing their job. Excuse me, and bombing Iraq, bombing Iran. What are the people on the street saying about Trump bombing Iran? Thank you, tea sippers, for sipping tea with Tanisha Talks Teas. We are on Trump. We're going to segue over to Diddy here after a minute. I want to hear what the American people are saying about Trump. And I'm just not finding anything. So maybe no one has interviewed anybody on the street about Trump. I'm sure they have, but I'm not finding it. Let's see. I'm not finding it. Wait. What's that? Hold on. Trump. Hmm. Let me check Facebook. I'm sure I could find some shit on X, but I gotta get into my X account. All right. So over on Facebook, Jerry M. Witt says, "You know what? You're an idiot, sir. I watched a couple videos showing the Iranian people jumping up and down, marching on the street, praising President Trump bombing Iran because they want to be done with the dictatorship that they live under, including women that are beat up and brutalized and murdered when they don't follow the rules. They have to cover their whole body except for their eyes. And you don't think Trump has a reason to make sure they don't have a nuclear weapon when their leadership and the Islamic Muslim radical type of brotherhood are saying F to America? You're a Looney Tunes. That's coming from the United States Marine and a Vietnam veteran. I'm 75 years old, and I take that as a front to me. So basically, you're saying I wasted my time in the military fighting for you. You're a fool. Okay, so he has a video down here. Let's take a listen. All right. So he says, he was over there in 2014, and they treated him um, as a welcomer. They welcomed him into Iran. However, have you Trump said, I don't care what they did with you in 2014. If they're chanting death to America, I don't want them to have nuclear missiles. Okay. So Joshua Brown says Trump and his syndicates are now saying Trump should get a Nobel Peace Prize for illegally bombing Iran. Trump is straight out of a B movie based on a George Orwell story. If you voted for Trump because he promised peace, I'm not here to tell you so. I'll be happy if you see what kind of person he really is. Some Americans are fascists who want violence. Some are con artists and thieves who want to rip us off. And these days, they announce themselves boldly. History shows that bullies tend to get what they ask for, but not what they want. Updates. Israel gave Trump the middle finger and bombed Iran right after Trump announced that he had brought peace to the world. Military intelligence reports Military intelligence reports that Trump bragged publicly about the targets he was going to bomb. The Iranians moved the nuclear material in advance, as I predicted. Whatever you think Trump is going to do, he will usually do something much dumber, screwing us up in his own very financially and politically expensive bombing campaign is a perfect example of this, says Joshua Brown. Okay. Oh my. It's a mosquito. I just put a mosquito with the biggest bill. This says Bill Clinton bombed in Afghanistan and Sudan. George Bush bombed Iraq. Barack Obama bombed Libya, Syria, Iraq, Somalia, Yemen, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. Damn, Barack, he was on a bombing mission there, sir. Joe Biden bombed Iraq and Syria. Donald Trump bombs Iran, and the whole world panics. So some of the comments are reading Christopher Matthews. Actually, it was during an active ongoing mission resulting from 9/11, Iraq, Afghanistan. As far as Iran, we had them on a treaty and on constant monitoring from the Nuclear Watch Group, a treaty that President Obama put in place. So Iranian government was in check until 2018 when Trump canceled the agreement for no reason except for the fact that President Obama signed it into existence. By Trump canceling it, it allowed the Iranian government to start again. There is no, oh, yeah, there is a difference. So act like you know, says Christopher Matthews. Also, he bombed nuclear sites with the dumb jack. Wow. Nick Leon replied and said, I think it's just the fact that it's Iran, but I agree with you. Okay. Carter loves Lulu. Okay, I'm working, so I have to call her back later. Okay. So I think we're going to wrap that up on Donald Trump and the bombing of Iran with saying this. We're going to pray over, just us regular everyday comers and goers, the civilians of the United States. We're going to pray over our president making the best political and military decisions that he possibly can to keep our country as safe as he possibly can. We all know that at any given time, we do not live in Alice in Wonderland. We live in the real world. At any time, we could face a terroristic attack on our American soil. So let's pray to God that Donald Trump keeps his head up and on a swivel for all domestic, related and foreign and on our own homeland soil attacks as best as he possibly can. So we're going to pray for everybody in every country for peace. I'm a woman, so I pray for peace. I don't pray for war. However, I do know that in some instances, I'm not blind to the understanding that war can be needed in some circumstances. So I pray that, the side that is on the side of rights and, just liberating in our, our free rights to live as we should, humanitarianly, however you say that word, is given to all of us in every country. Okay, so we're gonna now segue over to Diddy. What the is Diddy up to? We are on, like, what is it, y'all? The 6th or 7th week? No. Yeah, we're on like the 6 or 7 week of Diddy. Okay. What has been going on in the Diddy trial this week, y'all? We're up to like last week, so we're caught up. We're caught up on Diddy. Okay. So let's see what's new with the diddler. TMZ says Diddy trial bombshell. Diddy to leave prison this week? Question mark. I did hear that Diddy's defense team will not be calling any witnesses on his behalf. See how true that is. I did hear that though. Thank you, Sippers, for joining me. Remember, like and subscribe. Harvey Levin says Diddy's defensive are the winners today, y'all. All right. Whenever my computer catches up, we'll know why. Sorry for the delay. Nothing's perfect. So thank you guys. Remember, like and subscribe when you get your teacup filled up. Like and subscribe. So Mr. Harvey Levin came right out the gate answering our questions. He came right out the gate answering our questions about Diddy. Okay. Jermaine, Diddy can sue y'all ass. Of course they would. They said they would. Jermaine, here, here, you just said you wanted some. Hmm. Well, this bread ain't hard. I did ate 3 or 4 of these. we need to stay close or all right, that was TMZ. Thank you, TMZ. So, like I've been saying since I started hearing the facts of this trial, y'all, that they got Diddy in the wrong court. Diddy should have been in the state court level, not you know, not the federal court. Okay, let's take a listen at Nancy Grace and see what she said. Now, Nancy Grace wants Diddy up underneath somebody's jail cell. Like I, like I always say about Nancy Grace, she, hold on. Anyway, this is Nancy Grace. So, okay, we're gonna sip some tea right there, y'all. How is that fraud? Because he lied to his girl, his chick he was freaking off with. If that's the case, all y'all men going to jail. All y'all facing RICO fucking charges. Because every man that lied to his woman and told his woman, I'm going A and wound up at B. How is that fraud? That ain't even a fucking crime. Whew. I know one thing. We would hate to be Diddy. God, I'd hate to be. Thank God I ain't Diddy. Shit. Because humans lie. So what he lied to is freak of the week. So he told her, I'm gonna be doing such and such, and he wound up doing whatever such. That's not a crime. That is not a crime. Okay? That's not punishable by law at all. Jeez Louise. He got his ass in a sling. The next time my husband tells me a lie, I'm gonna tell him I'm gonna hit him with the Diddy because that's crazy work. How in the fuck do they justify that? That's not fraud because Diddy didn't, um, be truthful about where he was going to hang out at or do whatever he was going to do with his grown ass to his woman. The next time my husband does, I'm gonna hit him with the Diddy. I'm gonna be like, they gonna come get you like they did Diddy. Don't you lie. Don't you lie. I'm gonna tell the goddamn feds your ass is lying to me about where you hanging out at. Oh shit. That's crazy. Look at this picture right here. Wait, wait, wait. Look at this picture right here of Cassie wanting Diddy in a robe, him and her. I don't know what he got on, some type of boating outfit. But she is in a robe, naked. Here's a hand touching that coochie coo. And then here's her other hand in between her legs, rubbing her coochie coo. Okay. So, I mean, I don't know too many ex traffic victims that willingly pose like this for their ex trafficker. But yet, here you have Cassie laying here in a very provocative, come give it to me, daddy pose. Pop, 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 pop. She calls him pop, pop. In a very come give it to me, pop, pop pose. Yeah, whatever. All right, that was Nancy Grace chiming on in. We're gonna keep it going with the tea on Diddy. We're wrapping up the Diddy trial, I think, next week. So yeah, we are wrapping up the Diddy trial soon. So as we were, coming in on Diddy's trial to start, right? Um, we heard a lot of stuff from people faking and lying on Diddy, the whole 9 yards. I did a lot of reviews of the girls that were coming out about Diddy, saying he was trafficking them, he was everything, you know, um, monstrous to them and kidnapping them at young ages, taking them through tunnels. Y'all know the girls. I can't think of their names right now, but y'all know the girls that I'm talking about. From the Jaguar Wright. Okay, Jaguar Wright has had her claws in Diddy forever. Just everything to what we see now in the trial. It's a complete, you know, different tune that they're singing about what we actually thought to be made to believe about Diddy up until this point. So yeah, we're gonna keep it moving on. Tea about Diddy. Remember to like and subscribe when you get your tea cups filled up. Every time it rains, my Wi-Fi acts up. Bear with me as my Wi-Fi catches up to the stream. Like and subscribe. Follow me on all social media platforms for all of the latest, greatest teas on celebrities, matters of the issues of our communities, and everything else. Thanks for being a supporter. Ex girlfriends complaining about regretful sex. Are those the natural statements of a ex trafficking victim? Oh, I'm an ex traffic victim. I'm gonna complain about regretful sex. I don't think so. You ain't eat what? You're gonna be wasting food. People are, um, speculating that Johnson and Johnson baby oil will sue Diddy. This is crazy. Okay, crazy. All I do know is that baby oil has gone up to like $8 a bottle since Diddy's been harboring it, okay, hoarding it, okay. Johnson's baby oil that went up $8 a bottle is fucking crazy. So whenever we were wondering why is there a shortage on baby oil, well now we know. Diddy had it all in his houses, okay. Now wear her a little something out the snack bag. Did you get? Huh? I don't give a damn if it was your mom's bag. I said she can have some. They are bloody. It's the why not? When you put that chip. Goddamn, you eat it all. I'm about to make food tomorrow. You made a freaking latest. Yeah, I'm Boo boo. Look, you and Boo Boo ain't finna sit up here and act like And then, okay, so let me stop right here and sip some tea. Y'all wonder why we get mad at our criminal defense teams in our country? Because y'all are always on some bullshit. Sometimes y'all be right on the money, but this is bullshit. Y'all done wasted a lot of time and money and energy, taxpayers, people's energy, on some bullshit. Okay. While real criminals are out here slipping and sliding through, y'all are down to the federal courts of New York City, New York, about some fucking baby oil and Astroglide that Diddy was using to have sex with. While motherfucking Anton Massey from the Fugitives of New Orleans Parish is still sliding around. He just celebrated a free birthday on the free side of life on the internet on y'all's ass. He had a party and everything. I almost went. It looked like it was lit. Put it right here, right? What, the sticker? It don't matter, I don't think. So like that's why we be so outraged with our criminal defense teams in our country, because a lot of times y'all be on straight bullshit. If y'all didn't want Diddy to be the, person that Diddy is financially, y'all elevated Diddy to a level of life, success in life, that empowered Diddy to be whoever he wanted to be, just as anybody should be. However, Diddy has been given red flags since he first started throwing parties at the high school or wherever the fuck he threw that party at, and several people were killed during the incident. And Diddy slid through that shit and every other thing he'd have been in, and he finna slide through this shit. Now, goddamn it, we sick of y'all. We just sick of it. And y'all laughing about this. This is the lives of people. Fuck Diddy for a second. There are 12 jurors that have missed 2 motherfucking months of work. And I want to tell you something right now. Everybody ain't walking out the courthouse with the kind of money that Diddy got. Even after y'all tried to take it all, he still got more money than everybody in that motherfucker combined times 10. God damn it. People have been missing their job, their family, and everything else. And y'all talking about baby oil. Your job only covers you for like up to a week after you do goddamn jury trial. And I think it's like 30%. It ain't even your whole income. Who in the fuck is finna make sure that people still go on with their lives even though they wasn't slipping and sliding on baby oil? Okay. Down through there doing the shit Diddy was doing. We just out here trying to motherfucking survive, eat, hug our kids and grandmas and shit around here. And y'all think this shit is funny. We don't think this is funny. Now, Diddy done, sat up here and wasted a lot of people's time on account of y'all out here warlock hunting. Y'all out here warlock hunting for Diddy. When if you would have got Diddy, excuse me, when it mattered, we wouldn't even be sitting here right motherfucking now talking about some bullshit. Now this is ridiculous. and I'm gonna stop it again and spill some tea. Y'all finna have egg on y'all face when Diddy ass get acquitted. Y'all keep saying Diddy going to jail, Diddy going to jail, but ain't said a reason why. And that's the reason why a lot of us be railroaded and fucked up out here in life. Because y'all are sitting over here with law degrees and every fucking thing else you're supposed to have going on. How are you saying Diddy's gonna go to jail and ain't one shred of decent evidence slid through there, even on all the baby oil that's sliding through that shit? Y'all supposed to be the law professionals to know, you know, what is right from wrong better than any motherfucking body. And y'all motherfuckers is wrong as I don't know what a lot of times when it comes to these criminal things, family things, all of this shit. A lot of y'all be wrong as hell with what you be sitting around doing. And you be having all these law degrees and carrying the fuck on. What's really going on? How are you sitting there saying, Diddy's going to jail? Diddy's going to... Y'all have not tied one thing to the other to make it a RICO charge yet in any fucking thing y'all said or done. Y'all sitting there watching PORN. In our federal courts, this is what y'all is looking at. Make it make some sense, y'all. Make it make some sense. Why are y'all sitting in there watching that shit? It's supposed to be an ex-trafficking case, right? Where's the ex-trafficking videos at? Where's all the videos of all the victims that were forced and coerced and made to forcefully take drugs and we're all in there all, incoherent and shit, all fucked up from all the mixtures of drugs. This is what you said we were anticipating to come out in the Diddy trial. And none of it has fucking come out yet. Absolutely none of it has come out. Y'all just raiding Diddy's mansions and shit with nothing but baby oil. What a bust. What a bust. Like, that ain't shit. When we see people being raided for Ricos, we see you come out of there with kilos. God damn it. Tons of shit be coming out of situations. So this is some bullshit. And we're not even... I don't even like Diddy. I could care less about Diddy's ass. And if he did what y'all said he did, I pray to God he go to prison for it, okay? One less pervert on the goddamn streets. But not for nothing. If Diddy ain't did, what you said he did, then y'all need to get the fuck, because that's not cute. That is not okay that y'all decided up here and did this shit to Diddy and his kids. Diddy's poor little 2-year-old baby is standing up on the table, and we're like, good, because he don't need to be around that little bitty baby anyway. All the horrible, monstrous things Diddy done. And here it is, Diddy ain't did shit but be a freak of the week like every other New Yorkian and Californian walking up and down the goddamn street. All you see in New York and California is freaks. And I don't give a damn if you take it offensive, because that's what are on the streets of New York and California always has been. You can see some of the strangest shit you ever seen in your life on the streets of New York and California. So why are y'all again fucking with Diddy? Because he's a freak. He blend right in. Like, stop the bullshit. How the young folks say, y'all capping. Y'all capping on Diddy, and we don't appreciate it. I don't even like Diddy. I ain't never good fuck. I like Biggie. Every time he come in the video, I'm like, crazy. Baby, go in there with that. Nah, Jagger, mommy's still streaming. Thank you, darling. Baby, get so cute. Oh, stank. I'm stank, my stank. Y'all wrong. A warlock, huh? And y'all got us out here feeling bad because we were like, hell yeah, fuck Diddy for real. Diddy did what? It's thousands of people where? Oh my God, where are the children? Y'all say, yeah, who, where? Lord, where is the babies? Type shit. Diddy ain't did a goddamn thing. His babies know the situation ain't true. That's why they're out there living their goddamn best life. They're like, my daddy will get off on this. This ain't nothing but some bullshit. Y'all got him emmed up all. We know our goddamn daddy a freaking. He may be a whole bunch of things, but y'all motherfuckers don't know about it. You don't know nothing about it. Y'all ain't dollar bill. You don't know nothing about it. Like they said, right? They couldn't get Diddy on tax evasion. They couldn't get Diddy on like bad business practices. They couldn't get Diddy on any of the murders that he was allegedly to be involved in. They couldn't get him on any of the other shit. So they done made up some shit and then took him down to federal court and tried to RICO him with it. And that shit is wrong. And I'm telling you, Diddy, being Diddy, is probably going to sue y'all. So 50 Cent, you get ready to get back on Twitter and keep capping. Okay, your next tweet more than likely will not be about Diddy getting federal time some goddamn where. It'll continue to be about whatever the fuck you doing out here on the free world. That poor man that sat up here, and that's the shit that we be talking about. Y'all act like the fabrics of the fibers of people's lives don't mean nothing, and y'all could just rip them away at the expense. You know what I'm saying? Of their loved ones and their livelihoods and their freedoms and everything else. And that's why I see why his attorney was saying y'all are on a warlock hunt for Diddy because he's a black, wealthy, successful man. And y'all can't stand how he's somewhere freaking and y'all ain't getting no punani at all. You see what I'm saying? That's not okay. That's not okay. And I swear to God, if I was Diddy, I would sue the draws off of y'all's asses. Y'all would be somewhere swapping draws fucking with me. I would sue the draws off of each and every last one of the entities that put me in a RICO charge. Because I was simply having SC and I'm fucking grown. And if your baby mama want to come in here and do it too on the level that I get down, that's her goddamn grown ass business. Now that's just how Diddy was living. And I don't know why a lot of y'all are like, oh, because the orgy was really big back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. A lot of our mamas was in orgies, nigga. That's just what they was doing. They was swinging like that. Stop playing with us. That Diddy is somewhere doing is nothing new to what they've been doing in the last 2 to 3 decades back. Okay, it was a big swinger era, and that's what they was doing. The shit Diddy doing ain't nothing new. Jagger, turn that down or go in your room, darling. Mommy's almost done. I'm gonna wrap it up with long crime. Okay, so stop acting like, oh my God, Diddy what? Diddy who? Yeah, he was in there freaking like that. And he got money, so everybody flocking. He got the drinks, the drugs, and everything. They coming. They are wrong with y'all. Your mama at home like shit. If she only knew. I hope they don't call me down there. Shit. I ain't got time for Diddy. I'm gonna tell y'all right now what I think about Jagger. Jagger, go now. Now, mommy's working. Go. Let me have to tell my kids something one more time. Jagger, get up and go in the room. Go. Take the phone and go. I'm working. Y'all know when I'm working to stay clear of here. Go. All I hear is baby shark all in the background. Get. Now, back to my stream. I'm going to end long crime soon. What I was going to say, I think Cassie knew her position. She knew how to play it. She knew how to stay the course for as long as she did to get a payout on Diddy. Like, okay, Diddy, if you don't do what I say do by 12 o'clock, I'm going to put a book out on you, a tell-all book. Do you want the type of information that I can put out in a tell-all book on your ass in every household reading it and what having people, know what you really do behind closed doors? And Diddy was like, hell no. What you want to do that for? What you do that for? Okay. And that's how that happened, I believe. Yeah, it was wrong that Diddy put his hands on Cassie. It was also wrong that she put her hands on him. Hell, she threatened to kill his ass. And it wasn't over him beating her. She did not threaten to kill Diddy over the abuse. She threatened to kill Diddy over him having a freak off with another person outside of her. So the devil wears Prada, like I said. I don't give a damn how fine Cassie is. She had her motives for why she stayed with Diddy 10 years, and it paid off. In 10 years, she got $20 million, a husband, and 3 children out of the situation. You tell me how she lost. It's sex, it's ex trafficking victims out there right now that never recover, never even know how to even start to try to recover. Cassie got $20 million, a husband, and 3 children. Okay. I don't go to sleep. I'll be so glad. This is the worst RICO charge I ever seen. I ever seen in my goddamn life. He signed the NDA. That's his goddamn business. He knew where he was and who he was with. He knew before he even got to the place and where he was with Diddy. Diddy did not kidnap that man off the street and say, "You're gonna do A, B, and C." He knew that was the type of, business dealings that Diddy, we all have all our lives. We've known about how Diddy operates. Okay, so what? So what? He had bodyguards standing around him while he signed the NDA, and hell, he didn't get his punk ass up and say, "I don't want to do this shit." And then Diddy, his bodyguards beat him half to death and made his ass sign that shit. He sat his ass right there and did that shit because that is where and who and what he wanted to do. Now remember when what's his name that died from HIV? What's his name? God damn it, his face is in my head. Jermaine. Easy E. Easy, never mind, baby. Easy E. Remember when Easy E walked? Y'all see Compton, Straight Out of Compton, the movie, of the rendition of the uh, what was the group called? NWA. Okay. When Easy E walked into the room with Suge Knight, and Suge Knight told him, "Easy E, don't play no games. I will rearrange you." And Easy E was like, "Fuck y'all," and they beat Easy E's ass. If that was the case in the situation with Diddy, he'd have been on the floor fucked up because he wouldn't have been willing to jeopardize his integrity for nothing like Easy E motherfucking did. We don't want to hear that shit. Let's keep it moving. Let's wrap Diddy the fuck up. I'm tired of Diddy. I ain't never like Diddy this much to fuck around with him this long. No goddamn way. So what? So what? So what that they said Diddy did that? Did y'all catch Diddy doing it? Normally, you know what I'm saying? Like you have to have some evidence more than just the people saying that that's what had happened. Do y'all have the actual, you know what I'm saying? Something actually transporting. Have y'all ever stopped it? Like made a police stop and stopped it. Like, oh, we arrested Diddy a couple of times. We arrested a couple of his prostitutes coming and going in the event of them about to in the act of them about to trans have a transferring of money and X for services with Diddy bot. Yeah, we sure do. Got that on. Y'all don't have none of that. All y'all got are ex-workers saying that they willingly wanted to sleep with Diddy and Cassie and them saying they willingly wanted to do the same. And that occasionally maybe Diddy might have laid some money out on the bed and the ex-worker might have picked it up. Please. Like for y'all to even put Diddy, being Diddy, in a prison for that, knowing the type of way that Diddy might, because Diddy's not like a Suge Knight. Diddy might slap a nigga or some shit like that, but Diddy's not like, you know what I'm saying, the Suge Knight type of music producer. Not at all. If 50 Cent baby mama was slamming Diddy's head on a counter and Cassie was beating on him occasionally and other women were fucking him up, throwing him around, punching him and shit, what chances do you think Diddy got in prison if they really want to fuck with Diddy? Oh, they done lock Diddy up on some bullshit. Let's get his ass type shit. That's wrong. Y'all finna Tory Lanez Diddy. And I'm not saying like falsely. I'm saying Tory Lanez is not built for prison, not where he's at. They need to transfer for Tory Lanez. They really do. They need to transfer him before he wind up dead. Okay. But that could very much potentially happen to Diddy in the pokey, and he in there on some whole shit. Tory Lanez is in there for shooting Megan Thee Stallion's pinky nail off. That ain't no gangster shit. That ain't some shit you go in there and be like, what you do, nigga? Yeah, nigga, you know what I'm saying? What you do, Tory? I was alleged to have shot Megan Thee Stallion's pinky toe off. Like, get the fuck out of here. You what? How long you got? 10 years. Like, oh, nigga. Diddy, what was you doing? Sliding on baby oil. It's not gonna happen. Okay, Diddy is going to be very fucked up in the penal system, with money or not. Diddy's not a Suge Knight. Okay, so with that being said, from what we've heard about Diddy, saying Diddy is not in federal court. If y'all wanted Diddy on the shit that y'all could have had Diddy on, you should charge Diddy when the iron was hot. Now let's wrap it on. Right. Put my popcorn back. Put it back. No, put it back. That's mine. All right, so that's going to conclude our day with Tanisha Talks Teas. So I really want to thank everybody for watching, listening, subscribing. We're doing well. Like on Twitch, we got 11 new followers since yesterday. That's incredible. We got 3 new followers on Kick. Thank you, Kick. We got like 6 new subscribers since yesterday. That's cute. Facebook, we got like 50 new followers. Get it, sippers. We all the sippers over here. And we sip the tea over here, okay? That's what we do. We sip the tea. I talk the teas, all of that good shit. I love, being a content creator. I especially love the support. It really fuels my passion. I thank you guys so much for putting the battery in my back. When the time was right, I was like, I gotta come back, and just give my creativeness to the the social media realm. Like, I just got to do my thing. It's in me to talk this shit, right? So I have the availability to have a platform, and I'm just so thankful for that. It means a lot to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been talking my shit since I've been able to talk. So, it's only right for me to have a platform, right? So I appreciate like y'all just embracing me and bringing me, through good, bad, or ugly. You know what I'm saying? Y'all are always here. Y'all, click on my link. Y'all watch my shit. I've only been back on YouTube for a month and a half, and I've already had over 200,000 views. Like, I'm very, 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 very thankful, grateful for everything that the sippers are doing. Like, y'all are commenting, y'all are dropping teacups in the chat. Like, this shit is cute, and I love it. I'm monetized now on Twitch. I'm monetized for subscriptions on Kick. I'm monetized on YouTube. Excuse me, not YouTube, Facebook monetization, and I am very close to getting monetized on YouTube. We are very close. We got our 1,000 subscribers, yay! And we are just, continue to apply our efforts to getting up here and doing our work, streaming when we need to, especially when we can, and getting our watch hours. So we're very close to getting our 3,000 hours. I say we should have that knocked out in like the next 3 to 6 months. We'll have our watch hours done. So let's just keep this shit cute, y'all. It's Tanisha Talks. Thank you. I love y'all so much. Bye.
Thanks for watching. Remember to show your support by liking, subscribing, and sharing. It's a blessing. Keep your teacups filled and ready for my next upload. Until then, stay inspired and remember, always stay sipping.